Canal France et Palais Wilson Ground Floor pour le webcast. 1, 2, 3. Canal anglais, le canal 2.
Good afternoon. I call to order meeting number 36 of the 78th session of the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. It is my great pleasure to welcome the distinguished delegation of Colombia, and in particular the head of the delegation, His Excellency Mr. Gustavo Galeon Giraldo, Ambassador and Permanent, I hope Excellency I pronounced it properly, Permanent Representative of Colombia to the United Nations in Geneva, who will deliver the opening statement, and the distinguished members of the delegation of Colombia. I would also like to welcome all those observing the dialogue in person and through webcast. Before giving the floor to the delegation for consideration of the 7th periodic report, I would like to outline the methodology we will follow for the dialogue today and day after tomorrow. We have prepared a sheet with the proposed speaking times for the dialogue, which will be conducted following the 4 clusters. Excellency, you're familiar with the 4 clusters, dealing with different articles of the Covenant, led by the committee members constituting the task force for this review. The initial questions will be posed by the country rapporteur and the lead member for this cluster, that's cluster 1, articles 1 to 5, Mr. Santiago Fiorio. Other members may pose follow-up questions afterwards. Other members of this task force are Mr. Mikhail Winfer, Ms. Julieta Rossi, and Ms. Laura Cracinu-Tatu. They'll be handling cluster 2, 3, and 4 respectively. The delegation is kindly requested to speak at a reasonable pace and to provide any written material that will be read out by the delegation to the Secretariat. To facilitate this process and enable us to cover the full range of issues at hand, I would like to invite my colleagues and the distinguished delegation to speak in a concise manner, giving due attention to time allocation and also, of course, due consideration to the interpreters, because if we speak too fast, then it's a challenge for the interpreters. With this, I have the pleasure to give you the floor, Your Excellency, and to deliver your opening statement. And the delegation has 10 minutes for this. Thank you. You have the floor, Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Señora Presidenta.
Madam Chair, distinguished committee members. The promotion, protection and safeguarding of the rights which are enshrined in this international instrument, the Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, is a priority for the state of Colombia because there are basic elements of human dignity, peace and development. During the government of President Gustavo Petro, the implementation of the final peace agreement approved in 2016, whose starting point is dialogue to end conflict, has made significant progress in terms of financing, safety, institutional participation, and citizen participation. We have allocated $50.4 billion, that is nearly 36% more than the previous period, strengthening state capacity to fulfill the commitments made in 2016. We have a comprehensive system which consists of a special jurisdiction for peace, a search unit for persons reported missing, and a committee for monitoring and follow-up to recommendations of the Commission on Truth, including recommendations on peace culture. We want to put in place and implement a peace policy which replaces the war that has beset our country for more than half a century. This is why we have asked and requested from the Human Rights Council the assistance to try and settle disputes, and we want to therefore support the recommendations addressed to our country. The final or total peace policy is part of government action And we try and, through this policy, put in place local change, replacing illegal economies and strengthening the state presence, tackling those structural causes. We have 8 trials against armed actors currently, and at the international level, our search for peace is reflected in our solidarity with the Palestinian people. In terms of human security, we put in place a comprehensive protection program for signatory social leaders and their families. And we also have a key comprehensive security system for the exercise of policies. We have a national commission to guarantee security and a high-level body, amongst others. We're worried about the murders of human rights defenders, especially environmental leaders. But we also have to say that contrary to what used to happen in the past, there are no state officials involved in these murders. We have not been able to avoid these murders, which we regret, and we will continue to make necessary efforts to address these issues. When it comes to comprehensive rural reform and rural development, we've made significant steps forward in ensuring guarantees to the right to land and a decent standard of living. The state has acquired more than 600,000 hectares for the land fund and has granted nearly 260,000 hectares, so redistributing them to nearly 74,000 families of rural and peasants. And we have formalized more than 1.7 million hectares, strengthening rural legal security. These are measures which ensure access to land, and we've also been making progress with agrarian jurisdiction in order to settle rural conflicts and to constitutionally recognizing the rural peasant class as a section requiring special protection, ensuring that there are economic, social, and cultural rights in rural areas. This means that we have a more robust, articulated, and locally based implementation of our policies with a gender, ethnic, and participatory approach. As part of our development plan 2022-2026, which we call Global Power for Life in Colombia, we have been working in a participative manner on economic, social, and cultural rights, and this is the core of our country vision. We have made progress in particular areas such as labor, health, education, housing, access to water, child protection, poverty reduction, deforestation, and the protection of cultural rights. The approval of labor reform in Colombia strengthens protection for those populations historically vulnerable, such as peasants, women, persons with disabilities, victims of the armed conflict, and domestic workers. The reforms are gender sensitive, look at action on violence and discrimination. It promotes wage equality, ensures that working days are shorter. These provisions work hand in hand with the procedural labor code to guarantee protection from discrimination. And we also have reformed our pension systems, and we are in line with ILO Conventions 190 and 156. We have been looking at traditionally excluded populations. We now have an employment rate of 61% for indigenous population and a global participation rate of 64.7% for Black population, Afro-descendants, the Raizal and the Palenquera peoples. We have reduced the wage gap by 12.6% in 2019, or have reduced 12.6% to 7.6% 2024, because we now have wage equality laws and laws against violence and sexual harassment. And we now have a deputy ministry or a vice ministry for ethnic peoples and rural peasants. In terms of health, the general social security system reached 99.3% coverage in June 25, including more than 1.1 million Venezuelan migrants. through active searching, data exchanges, making a priority for pregnant women, early childhood and victims of sexual violence. We also have a national mental health policy, 2025 to 2034, and we've made a commitment to strengthen psychosocial support, social protection, and promoting a healthy working environment. We also have a drugs policy, which have a punitive approach, and they have therefore harmful effects on human rights. And this is why we adopted a national drug policy 2023 to 33, which stems from the Universal Human Rights recommendations. We have more than 52,000 persons that benefited from these services. 108 people benefited from methadone substitution programs, and we granted 38,000 kits to injecting drug users. We've adopted guides for community provision of mental health, mobile support units for drug addicts, protocols for various programs. We also, on education, the general system went from 45.3 billion in 2022 to 63.1 billion pesos in 2025. We have a school feeding program, whose investment increased by 28%. We now have 80.3% coverage. And for the first time, 2.5 million food baskets were granted between 2022 and 25. We now have 97% coverage in 2025. In 2024, we had 2.5 million registered pupils, and we've seen significantly increased resources for higher education from 9 billion in 2022 to 11.9 billion in 2025. Similarly, Colombia has strengthened comprehensive child protection services. Between 2022 and 24, Colombia ensured that the multidimensional poverty index dropped from 12.9% to 11.5% at the national level, with improvements in urban areas and increased, or rather speedier decrease in rural areas. We have one of the most important reductions in housing deficit in the region, from 26.8% in 2019 to 22.8% in 25. As a government, we've taken the decision to place the guarantee of cultural rights at the heart of our policies. We've invested more than $1 million, essentially training children, especially girls. And we wanted to decentralize goods and services. And we have been promoting creativity, and we want to focus on creation, memory, heritage, governance, popular economies, native languages, and different systems of knowledge. We want to extend an invitation to you to strengthen a paradigm of policies that recognizes the cultural component of all human rights, the relevance of biocultural perspectives and intercultural perspective, and how all of this is important to building a culture of peace. I'd like to tell you a lot more than this, but time is running out. We just want to say that we thank you very much in advance for this review and for the guidance that you can give us in this area. We are aware of the challenges, the huge challenges we still have as a country. We have had many systematic violations of human rights for many years, but we are progressing bravely to try and overcome these situations, and our will to do this is unstinting. We will listen very carefully to your comments and your recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your opening remarks and for very freely and frankly sharing your thoughts. It sets the stage for our constructive dialogue with you. And without much ado, I would like to request our country rapporteur, Mr. Santiago Fiorio, to please open up with his first set of questions on Cluster 1. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. It is an honor to be here this afternoon in Geneva with you, and warm words of welcome to the distinguished delegation that are with us this afternoon, particularly His Excellency Don Gustavo Gallón Giraldo, who is an ambassador and permanent representative of Colombia to the United Nations in Geneva. And I'd also like to extend greetings to the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, whose intention it was to be here with us. And greetings also to the other members of the delegation who are here. It's an honor for me to greet the distinguished delegation as rapporteur, and I will be in charge of the first cluster of questions. I welcome that it's a high-level delegation. We also see it's a multidisciplinary delegation, and this means that we will be able to have answers to the questions that we'll be asking. However, we can see that there is no participation from the Presidential Advisory for Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law, a key institution dealing with the issues that we'll be discussing today, and which will no doubt be very interested as an institution in the questions that we'll be asking. Let me now move on to the questions. Now, the committee, aware of the role of the Presidential Advisory Body for Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law and the existence of the National System for Human Rights and International Humanitarian Laws, are not mentioned in as part of the drafting of the report, nor were they involved in the answer to the list of questions. So could you please clarify whether the consultation process to draft the report included these bodies? And could the delegation please clarify whether the consultation process for the report included members of the legislature and the judiciary? Is this a report that was shared with civil society organizations and with national human rights institutions? Were they consulted prior to the report being sent to the committee? Can I also ask whether there is a governing body or an interinstitutional mechanism dealing with the monitoring and follow-up for the implementation of recommendations on human rights that are issued by bodies, including this committee? Now, following previous recommendations issued by this committee and others made as part of the UPR process relating to the signing of the optional protocol of our covenant, could the delegation please tell us what the state's position is on the optional protocol? And secondly, is the state analyzing the possibility of signing and then acceding to this protocol in the short term? Now, following on from the recommendations to paragraph 8, submitted by this committee in 2017 on the implementation of the final agreement for ending the conflict and building stable and lasting peace, and expressing its concern at the difficulties because of the resurgence of violence in the country, such as, for example, the 21st of August attacks in Cali, where a car bomb exploded in front of an army base, and when guerrilla fighters shot down a helicopter from the police drug unit with drones and shotguns, where 18 persons died. 2 violence incidents that the Colombian authorities relate to FARC dissidents. Now, given this situation, could you tell us what measures the state has done to extend its reach into these areas? And what has it done otherwise to prevent the proliferation of other armed groups or FARC dissidents? Could the delegation please tell us that the government has duly identified the difficulty, the reasons for the difficulty in making progress in actually implementing the peace agreement? And are there any other measures or strategies to properly progress towards implementation, bearing in mind the state's need to exercise due control of the territory to comprehensively protect the human rights of people in those areas and to contribute to reducing violence? Furthermore, in relation to the implementation of the peace agreement, we've been informed that the URT, or the Unit for the Return of Dispossessed Lands, has rejected more than 65% of applications received, and that the use of tacit refusal has been used to reject applications. Could the delegation please indicate the meaning for this tacit refusal and when it's applicable? And furthermore, the information on the process on land return, is it transparent and public for the interested parties or for the general public? And if so, how? Furthermore, of the 33,999 return orders issued by judges, 19,046, which is 56%, have not yet been processed. Can the delegation please explain why this process is so difficult? Now, we have also heard about limited control in certain areas, particularly areas where there are paramilitary organizations, guerrillas, or drug trafficking organizations, or paramilitary organizations that have become cartels, including in Chocó, Urabá, Bajo Cauca, Nariño, Caquetá, Catatumbo, Arauca, Guaviare, the Antioqueño in the northeast, and areas near to important urban areas such as Medellin, amongst others. I'd like to ask whether the delegation can provide updated information on its efforts to increase institutional presence in these areas, and so to guarantee that human rights can properly be implemented. Now, recognizing the efforts made by the State of Colombia, including the agreement signed between the State of Colombia and the ELN in Habana involving civil society and peace building in order to reach a national agreement to overcome the conflict, and aware of the difficulties encountered to date, can the delegation please bring us up to date about what is actually happening with this progress now? And what measures or strategies is the state planning to bring about peace in this context, aiming to ensure that human rights of the parties affected by the conflict are actually enforced and begin negotiations with ELN in a bid for peace? Between 2016 and 2024, the Ombudsman's Office noted that there were 1,488 murders against human rights defenders. That is an average of 2.2 persons murdered per day. And that despite the protection measures put in place in answer to paragraph 4 of the list of issues. So my questions in this regard are the following. Can you please tell us what the legislative framework, protection framework is for human rights defenders? How many cases have been brought to justice and have had sentences handed down? And what measures have been taken to avoid reprisals, threats, and violence against them, and to prevent their criminalization, their arbitrary detention, or their unjustified trial and prosecution? Is there a specific legal protection that ensures a legal framework ensuring protection to their lives? Now, relating to question 3 of the list of issues, you provided detailed information on protection systems for economic, social, and cultural rights, such as the thematic classification of rights invoked in trials. Now, can you tell us whether there is any training for justice officials on the justiciability of economic, social, and cultural rights in order, for example, to use this covenant so that it can be actually invoked in judicial decisions? And can you give us any dates on how many judges, prosecutors, public defenders, and lawyers have been trained in using the resources available in the covenant? On the right to non-discrimination, in addition to what the state has already told us, I would like to ask whether there is a general standard which is in the pipeline or already operational, that is a comprehensive law against discrimination that includes definition of direct and indirect discrimination, and is there a state framework that ensures that interested parties can lodge complaints and find settlements? I'm particularly thinking about persons with disabilities, migrants, the LGBTIQ community, or persons from ethnic or cultural minorities. We know that there are specific rules on other persons in a vulnerable situation, but we would like to know whether you have a broader, general, comprehensive framework. Please give us answer with specific examples in addition to what you've already said. Now, relating to the tax system, what specific measures is the state planning to reduce high VAT rates and to move to a more progressive and balanced tax system? Now, are you considering reviewing the current threshold, approximately $1,038, starting from which you have to declare an income in order to further protect low-income households? Is the state planning an increase in inheritance tax? And after the particular provision relating to companies not being able to discount payment of royalties, have you planned any more measures to reducing these impositions? Now, we know that the government is wanting to move to regulatory decrees and Law 410 of 2024 and criminal responsibility. Now, I'd like to ask the following. Do you believe that this initiative in identifying the human rights responsibilities of companies in labor relations, anti-corruption and environmental areas? I'm particularly thinking about the mining sector, energy, agriculture, livestock farming, and in those cases where business activities have an effect or affect the rights of indigenous peoples, Afro-Colombians, peasants, or anyone else in a vulnerable situation. Furthermore, in the list of issues, we are told of Decree 2353, whose Article 16.1 establishes that the administrative proceedings to determine the prior consultation must begin before the operational aspects of projects or activities in order to determine to what extent it directly affects ethnic communities and to guarantee their fundamental rights to prior consultation. However, the applicable international standards in this areas do not just deal with consultation, but also obtaining prior free and informed consent.
In that connection, what measures have been adopted by the state in order to guarantee free, prior and informed consent in their plans to construct infrastructure projects which affect those of African descent and indigenous persons? And is there any penalty in case of non-compliance? Could you go into detail concerning the applicable procedure to develop those consultations to obtain that prior, free and informed consent? And how does the state ensure that the protection of labour, environmental and territorial rights are complied with when transnational companies suspend, abandon or scale up their operations? And finally, what mechanisms exist to prevent forced displacement and the loss of livelihood among communities affected by mega projects without the proper procedure to retrain and when there aren't the proper compensation programs in place? I'll go on to a last question, and then I have a few others to present afterwards later on. In relation to equality between men and women, in your initial statement you referred to this, but I'd like to know which specific measures has the state additionally taken to reduce the gap which persists in the participation rate by men and women in the labour market, and also in terms of the pay gap. The committee currently has information that the participation rate stands at 76% for men and 52% for women. So that's around a 20% gap. What particular training and employment activities are being undertaken to reduce women's unemployment, which is currently more than 5 points higher than men's unemployment? How are you guaranteeing that policies include an intersectional focus, treating rural women, those of African descent, Indigenous women, and victims of armed conflict who are women in a differential manner? And what operations are being put in place to ensure that programs include, particularly around land redistribution, gender as a cross-cutting issue? I will ask other questions further down the line. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Furio. Your Excellency, I request the delegation to kindly respond to the questions that have been raised. You would have 30 minutes to reply. Would you like to take 5 minutes to... Yes? So we will just take a 5-minute break and then resume. Thank you.
So,
That'll be easier for you.
as there are so many questions, we would like to identify these questions because personally, I missed most of than one of the questions because they were very, very. So,
Okay, we'll just check.
thank you.
So we are in recess. Can I request everyone to kindly settle down? And I now give the floor to Your Excellency, Ambassador, to respond to the questions that were posed under Cluster 1, Articles 1 to 5 of our covenant. You have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. We will proceed to answer the questions that have been very kindly put to us by Mr. Fiori. And I'm grateful to him for the copy of his 23 questions, including the various subsidiary questions, which bring us to around 40 questions, more or less. Allow me to start by saying that this will be of great help to us, this paper, to look after the session at following up on some of the questions. And obviously we won't be able to deal with all of them. And we've identified some that we won't be able to answer as well, particularly relating to tax affairs. This delegation is comprising professionals that don't generally deal with tax issues. They tend to deal with justice, social justice issues, of course, and naturally tax issues are related to this, but it's not their area of expertise. So we'll answer those questions that we are able to answer, and then we can come back on Friday and deal with the others. I'll start with those issues relating to peace accords, and I'd like to pass the floor to Lorea Cuartas, my colleague who's responsible for that issue in the delegation. A great deal of respectful greetings to all of you. In this review on economic, social and cultural rights, it's a delight to be here with you, and it's very important for me that the social movement and our work for peace is represented in today's government of change, strengthening the work being done on this. Now, I'll be dealing more with security as a part of the answer relating to the peace accords. There are ongoing risks in our country in this area, and this is part of the 9 years of the peace agreements. 473 signatories have been murdered, and this has obviously demonstrated the significant challenge of protecting the life of those who have honoured the peace agreements. It's very important to flag that we've been working to ensure the National Security Guarantees Commission, and in particular the agreement, allows for mechanisms relating to the comprehensive security system to ensure the implementation of policy. We've consolidated 22 protection pillars for the signatories, and we've progressed with our dismantling policy of criminal structures, those criminal structures associated with paramilitary activity. And it's important to say here that in the middle of the implementation of the total peace process and the implementation processes of the peace agreement, more than 40,000 men and women signed the agreement. Today, 11,112 men and women continue to respect that agreement. So I'd share that it's very important to take into account how our women leaders and men who have defended the processes for the restoration of lands and environmental processes do continue to be threatened. I want to highlight that it's very important for us to share in this space the fact that 64,441 investment plans at municipal level have been rolled out in 56 municipalities by the change government. They have in this rolled out 532,615 million pesos, particularly targeted at community sustainability. And in the context of the agreement, today we have 10 million victims. They form, all of them, part of the tragedy that we have been shouldering in Colombia over the years, and the process of the implementation of the peace agreement has a profound challenge before it, progressing with new dialogue on the one hand and also protecting those processes that were enshrined in the past. It's very important, I think, to say on this note that peace teaching institutes are vital in overcoming stigmatization and hate. What we've done is to work with our Home Office, the Ministry of the Interior, to ensure that collectively we can work together, which has fundamentally at its heart peace pedagogy and a culture of peace. It's very important to stress the work we've been doing here to recover a high level of institutionality of the peace agreement, which today we see lodged within an implementation unit and not within the ministry that it was placed in beforehand, because this has allowed us to have a higher level of oversight and attribution of resources from the various funds that we've been drawing on. I want also to tell you that within the context of the peace agreement, the reincorporation process has managed to produce today specialized programs which relate to this national program for rehabilitation and reincorporation, which has connected the entire national government in order to ensure that they are all brought into that process. And I would say that as the person responsible for implementation, there are two significant groups that we still need to bring in to strengthen the process. There is the issue of ethnic minorities, indigenous people, Gitano people, and those of African descent, on the one hand, and on the other hand, women. Despite the fact that we have the framework implementation plan of the peace agreement at our disposal today, which commits the entire government to progressing with the implementation, I would say that in the Congress at national level, we have had challenges, as we will, I'm sure, touch on subsequently, in terms of the resources allocated. And this has meant that we can't go into the depth of implementation that we would have liked to date. Head of Delegation, thank you very much, Gloria. I'd like to now pass the floor to the Ministry for Agriculture. No microphone for the speaker. Excellent. The Colombian government recognizes the agrarian issue to be one of the key issues within the final peace agreement. And this question that's being put to us concerning restoration of lands is something we recognize to be one of the key challenges that we need to confront in terms of undue use of lands and instances of abuse in the transitional justice process we've been working on. We're delighted to tell you that in this government, we've managed to reverse that historic trend of denial of restoration of lands as part of the transitional justice process. 3 years ago, we had a 63% failure rate and 35% inclusion rate in the register of forcibly abandoned lands. We've managed to reach a 72% incorporation rate and only a 28% exclusion rate in that register now. That represents a significant institutional effort, which also recognizes the critical role played by civil society organizations in terms of access to the land restoration program. In terms of non-compliance of rulings in this area, we have historically confronted some challenges in our interinstitutional connections in terms of the restoration of lands. That means that we need to ensure comprehensive access to all economic, social and cultural rights for victims of land eviction. We have fostered a comprehensive agrarian reform program to deal with this. This is the most ambitious in the history of our country. That's managed to achieve a total of more than 630,000 hectares being restored. And this is certainly something, obviously, which has been important. It's vital within this to recognise the rights of the restoration of indigenous lands. In that context, we've managed to ensure 107 indigenous reserves. We have 83 reserves that have been increased in size, and the Constitution as well has ensured under collective rights laws the allocation of 66 indigenous councils. In terms of women's access, it's very important to highlight that today we have a normative programme, which is the special programme for access to lands for rural women. Decree 1396 of 2024, expedited by this government, and this represents for us a key opportunity to recognise the specificities of women in rural areas and the need to ensure for them the ability to break this gap that exists in terms of access to land. I would finally highlight that looking at the agricultural and rural development sector, it's been essential to foster a comprehensive agrarian reform through a national system. That is the National Agrarian Reform System, which has managed to bring in and conflate the 16 agreements that were incorporated in the peace agreements. And this allows us to broaden out this issue of land access and ensure that economic, social and cultural rights converge with particular emphasis on rurality in order to ensure the aim of the final peace agreement, which is indeed that of the structural transformation of Colombian land and territory. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Ministry for the Environment, please. Committee members, the Colombian state has been adopting normative, institutional and programme measures to deal with situations relating to violence against land and environmental rights defenders in compliance with national and international laws. Firstly, the ratification of the ICESCR agreement pursuant to the 2022 law relating to that and its subsequent constitutional review that triggered. That was in 2024. These constitute landmarks which reinforce the state's ability to ensure a safe environment for those who are engaged in environmental defence. These instruments haven't been limited in a normative framework, or they've also led to specific institutional changes, such as the construction of the decree that established the Intersectoral Implementation Committee for the ICESCR agreement. This is considered to be the key point of governance to ensure a joined-up approach by state entities in terms of access to protection for environmental defenders. In parallel, the National Development Plan 2022-2024 has incorporated as an explicit commitment the creation of safe environments for those defending human rights in environmental areas. This mandate has led to the adoption of coordinated measures with the National Protection Unit, UNP, the Ombudsman and the Ministry of the Interior in order to broaden out our protection approach to environmental and territorial local leaders. This also strengthens the different pillars of protection we have in place. The Ombudsman has issued early warnings specifically on situations of risk confronted by environmental communities and leaders in areas of high socio-environmental conflict. This has generated interinstitutional responses in the early warning system. The Ministry of the Environment and Sustainable Development has initiated the implementation of preventive measures focused on the reduction of structural risk factors. In this vein, we've strengthened our mechanism for the access to environmental information and citizens' participation in the context of our Environmental Information System, CEAC, to guarantee information processes and more transparent data generation. We have also strengthened our national guarantees system to protect human rights defenders. This was established as a tripartite space between the state, civil society, and the international community, with a view to confronting violence against those carrying out human rights defense. Its rollout is manifested through the establishment of local bureaus, creating spaces for direct dialogue and collective protection spaces in the areas most affected by violence. These bodies are essential to adopt prevention and protection measures and adapt these to the local needs. And these were reactivated as of 2022 with a participatory, territorial, gender-based and ethnic-aware focus. In terms of programs, the implementation of these policies is connected with the activities of the National Protection Unit, which has broadened its programs to indigenous and local leaders and specific risks for communities and being faced by communities, particularly in the area of the environment. This includes a gender and differentiated focus and is in line with our gender and climate change commitments, as well as the obligations we've shouldered in COP3 of the ICESCR agreement. It recognizes the specific situation of risk of women, human rights defenders, and those defending ethnic rights. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to now call on the Minister of the Interior and the Legal Department representative, please. A very good afternoon, everybody. And thank you very much for the question, Mr. Rapporteur. First of all, concerning the lack of assistance to the Presidential Advice Office in terms of human rights, although obviously I was involved in the preparation of this, I had to also deal with sessions of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, which is seated in Colombia at the moment, but I did participate in the entire process. So first of all, I want to provide an answer to the, and so this was a colleague, so I'm going to deal with issues under that person's competence now. We have strengthened the Intersectoral Human Rights Committee, first of all, and provided new guidelines to ensure that it has a more comprehensive focus. There are two subsystems involved here, one in terms of education, which is up and running already, and one on international humanitarian law. In this area, we are moving forward with a decree to establish a national International Humanitarian Law Committee presided over by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, whose aim is to provide guidelines to the national government for the implementation of international humanitarian law. This is a process which is being coordinated between different state agencies.
Now, this structure of the national human rights system is appropriate as part of a process of the government, which is putting in place a national plan of action on human rights. And this is a pending project as of 1996. Now, there was consultation with civil society, and it's something that the government has committed to and hopes to bring about soon. It's a strategic commitment to make sure there is appropriate follow-up and targeted action on human rights. And of course, we will include economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights. In relation to business and human rights, the second issue raised, we wish to reiterate, as in fact we said in writing, that since 2024, we've had a roadmap in place, and there's been an initial baseline study carried out. In relation to a further question you asked, we have a legal instrument, a decree to strengthen state action on human rights in business sectors. And we're currently consulting on this with other state bodies. But it is a process that has been participative, and we've consulted with different sectors of industry. And on prior free informed consultation, we have changed the structure of the Ministry of the Interior and have now a prior consultation unit as part of a 2019 decree, and their job is to support consultation processes and to determine in which activities there is a direct impact of projects on ethnic communities. There was another question about the different stages of this consultation, and we have 5 different steps in line with ILO Convention 169, Article 6. The second step is coordination and preparation, consultation preparation, then consultation, and finally follow-up. The prior consultation unit supports this process and identifies the impact. If the impact is very severe, then it is decided that free, prior and informed consent applies. Together with the planning unit for 2025, $760 million have been allocated to support prior consultation. Now, you asked a question about the number of projects where prior consultation was carried out. Since 2019 to date, 619 projects for Afro-descendant and Black communities, 2 for raizales, and 1,148 projects were consulted on. 13,341 indigenous communities were thus consulted. And finally, relating to human rights defenders' situation, we wish to reiterate, as we said at the beginning, that for this government, it is not acceptable for any rights defenders be criminalized, threatened, murdered, or obliged to leave their home or their work because of their work as defenders. We're not in an ideal situation. The number of defenders, human rights defenders that have been murdered has increased, and we are working to rectify the situation. In this respect, and in relation to the question on the legislative framework, the State of Colombia fully recognizes the UN Declaration on the Right to be a Rights Defender. And in 2003, we had the Constitutional Court ruling 546 declaring that there is an unconstitutional state of affairs in terms of community leaders and human rights defenders, and the court ordered state bodies to adopt a safeguarding plan for the protection of defenders. This plan is being put together with the consultation of civil society organizations. It has a protection and prevention and prosecution and sanction and guarantee of non-repetition pillars to it. We've also strengthened our national safeguarding process, and during this government, we have had 3 bureaus for discussion as an exchange forum for government, civil society, and others, with the view of putting in place public policies to defend persons. We have 14 different local safeguarding roundtables in different departments around the country, and we have a comprehensive program for women leaders and defenders. We've also been asked about whether we would want to strengthen the legal framework, and the answer to this is yes. We have a status or statute on defenders, which has been put to the Senate of the Republic for the 2nd time now. We're also putting in place a public policy for human rights defenders, which plans to put in place measures as the result of a decree later this year. And finally, there was a question on justice. And we have figures from the Public Prosecution Service. We have 127 cases underway on the grounds of threats against offenders. and 1,505 cases open, prosecuting cases of murders against offenders. 246 of these have had sentences handed down. Thank you.
Yomari, le cedo la palabra.
Thank you, Yomari. I give the floor to the representative of the Ministry of Labour. And we only have about 5 minutes, I would remind members of the delegation. Perhaps you could answer in 2 minutes.
Bueno, aquí es importante mencionar.
Thank you. I think it's important to say that the Ministry of Labour, together with other branches of government, especially the legislative branch, have been working hard and discussing the issue of the right of non-discrimination, labour rights that have historically been entrenched. And we've had lengthy discussions on labour rights and labour justice. We want to recover the labour rights of those workers, men and women. These would include ensuring vulnerable groups are included in legal, decent work. This is the outcome of discussions with civil society, with the political sector, and with social movements. We've been working on a tripartite system, working with trade associations, with trade unions, social movements. And the outcome is a policy bringing us closer to the Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, with an approach on non-discrimination on the grounds of race, gender, or local origin. We've also been looking at the issue of gender equality. Over the past 2 years, new rules have been put in place. Law 2365 is a worthy example. It looks at violence and sexual harassment in the workplace, and then 2466 looking at wage policies. So these rules ensure that closing the gap is supported by specific measures such as caring at work, teleworking, reducing the wage gap, ensuring that women are included within social protection measures, looking at care, informal and informal arrangements. And this labour reform process is obviously in line with ILO Convention 190 and 156. So it has broad-ranging regulations addressing non-discrimination, especially eliminating gender discrimination at work. It looks at wage equality and non-discrimination in the rural area. So there are figures. I can tell you that we are working on the regulation with on a tripartite basis and roundtables with employers and trade unions in Colombia. Thank you. From the Ministry of Equality now, our representative can take the floor. Thank you, Your Excellency. I'll be very brief. On prohibition, we had a general law against discrimination. Now, our constitution, it's important to point out, guards or governs all of the other laws in the country. And it's Article 7 and 62. It does cover prohibition of discrimination. There have been, we have, for example, Compass 41 and 47, protecting non-heteronormative persons, and we also have provisions for public policy for the LGBTIQ community broadly. Now, the Constitution progressively, along its history, has been putting in place anti-discrimination measures. The National Development Plan obliges a public policy to combat racism, and over the past 3 years, we now have institutional representation because there is the unit for equality. This affords more protection to persons that have been historically discriminated against. And there is support, for example, through Law 4182, which provides for prohibition of discrimination against populations that have been historically discriminated against. I believe my time's up. The head of delegation, thank you. We do want to answer all the questions. However, we don't have enough time to do that. Rapporteur Santiago Fiorio has very kindly shared his document with us, but there are 65 questions on it, and that gives us about 40 seconds per question. So it's not possible for us to address them in the way that we would like, but we have made an attempt. But I can assure you that we will be able to, over time, perhaps with your forbearance, an extra 2 minutes. First of all, on the optional protocol to the CESCR Convention, the government is committed to promoting the ratification of this protocol on an equal footing with other international instruments. The government has asked and obtained from Congress the ratification of the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture and the optional protocol on the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is undergoing the final debate before our Chamber of Deputies. We will do what is within our reach to try and ensure that there is approval of the optional protocol by our Congress. It's a timetabling issue, but Colombia is open to the international consideration and scrutiny. And I can tell you that Colombia has received 9 official visits from oversight mechanisms from international bodies, and we have a 10th that is pending. Last year, we also had a visit from Mr. Olivier de Schutter, a member of this committee. And between 2010 and 2022, the previous governments had suspended visits to the country. And we have reversed that policy, and we are hosting quite a number of them because, as I said, we are open to international scrutiny, and we await your cooperation to see how you can support us in this. Now, there is one further question that we don't want not to address, and this relates to the ELN agreement in Havana. In fact, we were very struck by this question because there was an agreement with the FARC in Havana, not with the ELN. So we were very surprised about this, by this question. So I would ask Dr. Cuartas to answer the question, but on the understanding that this is about the agreement with the FARC, not as the question was put. Thank you very much. The President of Government, Gustavo Petro, insists on negotiated solutions despite all of the difficulties that are ongoing in the country. We know that we have to keep pressing forward in a quest for peace. The Peace Commissioner is the person responsible for sharing or leading this discussion, and this is why we have broken with the ELN. As a society and as a government, we know how important it is to work on a basis of total peace, because peace agreements can't really come about in their entirety if we don't have mechanisms that bring guns out of policies that help overcome tension in territories around the country. I can tell you that part of this huge challenge we are working on in different ways. On Friday, one of our colleagues will be able to tell you more about this, but all bodies of government have been working to ensure that cultural processes lie at the heart of all of our efforts towards peace. We've been working in schools with women's organizations. We want to breed a culture of peace that helps us overcome conflict without the use of weapons. We're trying to set up an exchange with Africa so that we can share our common experiences of the work that's been done. Let me conclude by saying that despite all of the difficulties, the best decision that the government of Mr. Santos took was to insist on the peace agreement. And now President Gustavo Petro has the pressing need within a 4-year period to come up with increased, better results. And the government is very clear-eyed about this process.
Señora Presidenta, por el momento.
Thank you. That's all we can say at the moment, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. And I realize that we are running out of time. We've got a compressed time schedule. And I also know that you have posed several questions and you want to do full justice. So we definitely have a time constraint. And so I would urge everyone who takes the floor, our fellow colleagues from the committee, as well as your delegation, Excellency, that if we can be short and precise. Now I will open the floor for follow-up questions, and maybe in your response, you could cover some of the issues that were not covered earlier by you. And I see that the country rapporteur, Mr. Fiorio, has follow-up questions. So it's followed by Ms. Carla. Mr. Fiorio, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias por las.
Thank you very much for the very kind answers you provided to the questions I put to you earlier. There is a large number of questions, but this is due to the deep-seated interest of the committee to really properly address the question of economic, social, and cultural rights in the country. Now, you already have my list of questions before you as a delegation. So perhaps I can turn to some of the questions I didn't ask before. Now, on question 10, pursuant to the information received by the committee between 2016 and 2022, more than 21 billion pesos have been lost in Colombia as a result of corruption, and this has directly affected more than 15 million persons in the country, directly and indirectly. We've also, more than 1,000 acts of corruption have been identified. They've been documented in the national and regional press. And this is also information from NHRIs. Now, there was also an emphasis on public contracting or procurement processes, particularly as relates to defense and health. Now, can the delegation inform the committee about the applicable legal framework to establish clear and independent mechanisms for prevention, investigation, and sanction and reparations in cases of corruption? Can you please explain how they work? And can the delegation contribute to the dialogue with information on the quantity of cases of corruption submitted in the past 5 years and to those that have been prosecuted and have had sentences handed down? And are there publications of cases of corruption that have been dealt with? And what measures have been taken to combat corruption, including data from the courts or what other legal or administrative measures have been taken? And moving on to question number 17 in the list I gave you. This relates to the implementation and efficiency of social expenditure. Now, what are the main reasons why, or underlying the fact that in 2024, only 82% of the social budget was actually allocated, and what measures have been implemented to improve efficacy in its implementation, and what follow-up and oversight mechanisms are the state putting in place to ensure that social expenditure is appropriate and sufficient and actually reaches the most vulnerable. And finally, I return to a question I asked before about the oversight and follow-up mechanism to recommendations. I'd be very grateful if you could actually provide more details about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Furio. I have now a request for the floor from three more colleagues, Ms. Lemus de Vasquez, followed by Ms. Rossi and Mr. Winfer, the latter two being part of the task force as well. Ms. Lemus de Vasquez, you have the floor, please.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and a very warm welcome to the delegation of Colombia. And we very much welcome the fact that they're so open to this dialogue. I have three specific follow-up questions on the matter of business and human rights. You tackled this question in paragraph 21 of your answer to the list of questions, and you've also told us this afternoon that you have a roadmap and a decree to back up state action in this area. In this regard, we'd like more information on the main challenges that still remain to ensure the effective implementation of these initiatives, especially as they relate to oversight, monitoring, and accountability mechanisms. It would also be useful to know what specific measures have been taken to ensure broad-ranging, significant participation of all relevant stakeholders, including communities in a vulnerable situation, as well as the putting in place of clear, transparent accountability mechanisms for each of the instruments that you've indicated. A final point, perhaps you could provide further information about what effective mechanisms exist to ensure there is comprehensive reparation available in cases where there have been human rights violations as a result of business activities. How is it assured that victims actually have access to these mechanisms? Thank you.
Thank you. And we have now about 4 minutes left. So Ms. Rossi, followed by Mr. Winfer. Yeah, Ms. Rossi, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And my thanks to the delegation of Colombia, and I thank you very much for the information that they've provided thus far. I have a few questions, and the first is a follow-up question on the taxation system. Although you have told us that you have no fiscal expert here, but perhaps I can ask it anyway in case you can come up with the answer. As a committee, we think that the tax on ultra-processed food is a good idea as a way of as part of obesity prevention initiatives. We wonder whether the receipt of this tax is used for health measures. Also, the measures relating to tax evasion, and we'd like to know how Colombia participates in national and international cooperation on tax issues. Now, on the general issue of resources, and that's Article 2.1 of our covenant, I'd like to know whether there are any mechanisms for the redistribution of economic financing between regions in order to deal with gaps in the gender, race, and other gaps across the territory. Now, on policies against discrimination, particularly looking at the LGBTQI+ community particularly, I'd like to know whether you're putting in place any measures that lead to the prohibition of conversion therapies, and whether there are any prevention strategies or compensation in any way for persons who've had to undergo such practices? Are there any measures to do away with barriers that lead to difficulties for trans and non-binary persons to change their personal identity documents? And are sex change procedures provided for free according to the Inter-American Court on Human Rights rulings? And finally, on persons with disabilities, according to information that we've received, there is a lack of specific disaggregated information on this population, which makes it very difficult to have effective public policy in this area put in place. And I'd like to know what measures underlie the provision of this information. We've also received information about how difficult it is to get a certificate on disability, except in rural and remote areas. There are lengthy delays. So we'd simply like to know what measures you're planning to ensure that persons with disabilities have these certificates, which are essential to bring about all of the other economic, social, and cultural rights. And finally, we know that current public policy for persons with disabilities is not updated. This process is also delayed, so we'd like information about what stage you are at in updating this policy for persons with disabilities. And I'll leave it there for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rossi. Mr. Winfer.
1 minute, one question. We always ask on the cluster one also a question concerning climate change, and particularly on the cluster one, what you do in terms of mitigation of climate change. And you have a nationally determined contribution from 2020, but you were just renegotiating it this year. So I'm interested in learning about how you are dealing with this matter. I think it's particularly related to your carbon exports. It's particularly related to deforestation and to agriculture. So how is it possible to integrate, and biodiversity nevertheless, how is it possible to integrate it in all the other processes? Yeah, I know, or we have heard you have to do a lot of things in parallel. Yeah, so how to get it done and what has been the outcomes of the latest discussions on your nationally determined contributions? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Winfer. And though we are running out of time, I see that Ms. Perez has requested for the floor. You have the floor, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I too wish to welcome the Colombian delegation. I really will take 20 seconds. As you well know, the Inter-American Court on Human Rights has just issued an advisory opinion on the right to care. And in fact, you do have a national care system, which you are to be commended for. I wonder whether you are considering strengthening the system in any way to ensure that you can broaden coverage as a result of this advisory opinion from the court. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to have you here with us.
Thank you, Ms. Perez, Your Excellency. I now give the floor to you and your delegation to respond to the follow-up questions that have been raised under Cluster 1. And of course, you can cover the initial questions that were raised by Mr. Fiore, which you felt were left unanswered. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. So the first question is going to be answered by Gloria Cuartas. In the context of the peace agreement then, 16 billion pesos were reported to the oversight bodies as loss in the process of managing the royalties situation. It's very important to highlight that the Petro government worked very, very robustly to ensure that the proper investigations were carried out concerning those decisions, and we are awaiting the progress and outcomes from the oversight bodies. one of the significant episodes of corruption in the context of the government, looking at the Risk Management Office. That office was responsible for issuing the reports concerning cases that have been flagged. These are now being dealt with by the Oversight Centre, and this has allowed us to go into a very in-depth government response to corruption. And we do have our anti-corruption secretariat now in place that works hand in hand with all of these procedures. There's also a training activity that we're involved in, and this involves capacity building for community organizations who are signatories, or rather, and signatories of the peace agreement, as well as women's organizations and indigenous communities, so that we can follow up on the peace agreement processes. And that program is called Care for the Public Space, the public sector, public at large, to attain peace. Thank you very much, Gloria. I don't know whether or not the Ministry for the Environment could flesh out answers on climate change response, please. Once again, distinguished committee members, Colombia has a national climate adaptation plan, which was initially set up in 2012. The aim of this is to reduce vulnerability to extreme climate events, as well as strengthen our capacity and response at national levels and take advantage of opportunities deriving from climate change. This establishes 5 priority areas: awareness raising, knowledge generation around climate risk, strengthening land use processes, adaptation processes, and reactive policies in the face of climate change. The most recent action of this body was in March 2014, and this focused on strengthening response to climate change events, guiding training and priority programs, integrating climate issues in our productive sector and ecosystem transformation policies. The Ministry for the Environment and Sustainable Development emphasizes that climate change disproportionately affects women, thanks to the historic and current inequalities they face, and recognizes fundamentally, or the fundamental role of women who are indigenous, those of African descent, those rural women, in terms of their role and their approach to crop management, for example, as well as their local leadership in terms of strengthening resilience, socio-environmental resilience in particular in the country. To confront those challenges, we are promoting knowledge generation across a number of sectors. The state itself, academia, civil society, companies are all involved in that, and we have clear indicators underpinning this to evaluate the impact of climate policies under the aegis of human rights principles. We've also emphasized the need to develop participatory monitoring mechanisms. These include effective communities, and to set up follow-up and monitoring bodies, coordinating that with state, social, and international actors in order to ensure a more just and inclusive climate response. Also, the plan I mentioned seeks, as was said, to reduce the vulnerability of the country as a whole and to strengthen its response capacity in the face of climate impact and threat. According to Law 1931 of 2016, we have an information system on climate change called CESCR. This organizes policies, standards, and coordinates state agencies and private agencies, organizing resources, plans, and strategies, and managing mechanisms in order to ensure that climate change and greenhouse gas emissions and so on and so forth, other programs are effectively coordinated. In compliance as well with the commitments arising from national government commitments in the environmental sector in the context of the National Risk and Disaster Management Programme, we have the implementation of 24 sectoral projects and 34 intersectoral programs. Given the increased costs which have been triggered by extreme climate events, we have been developing the financial protection strategy for DRR in the environmental section, and this is coordinated through our national risk and disaster response framework to deal both with environmental disasters and pandemics and epidemics. We promoted sectoral strategies through this to carry out financial risk management. Also, Decree 298 of 2006 set up a body to coordinate all of the agencies involved in managing the mitigation of greenhouse gas emission impact and climate adaptation policies. Finally, Colombia presented its climate adaptation plan. As we mentioned, there was an update from the original in 2014, and the country has been progressing with defining its monitoring, adaptation, and evaluation mechanism, but this is still under consolidation. There are tools still being developed, such as the Comprehensive Vulnerability, Risk and Adaptation Program, which is one of the significant assets it's produced. It's still pending, I should say, the finalization of that, but the government believes this issue is hugely important. All these climate issues, particularly taking into account that last year at the COP, Colombia was part of the steps forwards that were made in the Diversity Convention, which mobilized more than 500,000 people from civil society. And this was an important milestone, I think, for that convention. And the government was a flag bearer for this movement in terms of climate mitigation and adaptation, and all of the things we proposed there have been incorporated into our own domestic public policy to confront climate challenges. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would just add to that that the President, Gustavo Petro, has spared no effort in terms of participating on the international stage to invite the international community to significantly step up its efforts in response to climate change. He's flagged that we are on the cusp of an uncalculable tragedy, and that we need to take urgent actions, for example, to protect the Amazon so that it doesn't become a new Sahara desert, among other things. Also, the mention of Colombia in the context of the UN, at the UN in Geneva, we are fostering a series of processes to brainstorm internationally on a number of issues and in connection with human rights. One of these relates to climate change and human rights. We're working on this with a group of countries, around 24 countries, in fact, and also 24 organizations, which we're bringing together in order to review existing programs across international institutions, in particular in the Human Rights Council and across the Human Rights Treaty body system, in order to be able to really deepen the response that needs to be produced in this sphere, in line with the urgent nature of the situation, as was said by our President. On the advisory opinion produced by the Inter-American Court that was referred to by Madam Perez, I don't know whether or not you were referring to the Castiblanco case. Equality, yes. Yes, please. Santiago, then, please, could you take the floor? Very good afternoon. So with regards to the plans in terms of care and the increase that we've been working on in terms of the national care system, it's important to highlight Article 72 of the National Development Plan established a fund to close inequality gaps and territorial inequality as well. And this has triggered a mandate under the Ministry for Equality for the extension and rollout of local care policies for the regionalization of care. And we've established different nodes across the 32 departments. The entire national territory is now involved in that connection network of municipal networks, and we've also allocated new resources to that. It's important to highlight, in response to one of the questions put concerning conversion therapy policies, we understand the intrinsic violence inherent in conversion therapy, and these type of so-called therapies, we understand, can constitute torture. This is something we vehemently reject, and we've provided support to the Bill of Law, which is going through Congress and didn't, unfortunately, well, founded because of a lack of legislative support, but the government did support the comprehensive trans law, which seeks to eliminate obstacles to sex reassignment. In Colombia, the decree pursuant to which name changes are regulated. This is law number 1227 of 2015. This has been supported by the government, and within this decree, which is part of the single decree under the Ministry of Justice, we've established norms which allows the provision of legal advice when undergoing this process, so you can have access to free legal aid if there's a minimum of 10 years between each change, and applications can be presented to the National Registrar, to the Civilian Registrar's Office, and also before other government agencies. And so that change can have a public and private genuine manifestation. This process is protected also under a writ of constitutional protection. This is currently going through a process to include trans identity and non-binary identity as a gender identity on ID papers, and this corresponds to government priorities in terms of our goal to reduce gaps and inequalities in that some groups face when accessing administrative processes. Thank you. Thank you very much, says the head of delegation. We hope we've answered the foregoing questions. I'd now like to turn to Madam Rosi's question. I'd like to pass the floor to the Ministry of the Interior to deal with human rights and access to comprehensive reparation, made as well by Madam Vasquez. Thank you very much. Well, with regards to the key challenges that the state is facing in terms of ensuring accountability in tax processes and the issues we have currently, it's structural weaknesses that we're facing. There are voluntary mechanisms that we generally rely on in this area, and this is a concern that has been raised clearly by civil society, but the Colombian state shares that concern. Another challenge is to guarantee citizen participation in the different mechanisms for scrutiny of business activities. And a third thing is technical challenge, and that relates to exchange and interoperability of information provided by businesses and ensuring that these can be properly taken into account by the different state agencies who are responsible for follow-up of business accountability in the labour market, human rights, in the area of collective rights and others. There's also the budgetary and human resource challenges, as well as territorial rollout. Colombia continues to be a very centralized country, and the majority of the reports coming in from communities don't relate to the big cities, they relate to the rural areas. And of course, one of the key challenges here, which was included as well in your question, relates here to comprehensive guarantees, justice guarantees for affected communities pursuant to violations of their rights by big business. The current regulation still isn't really up to dealing with those challenges, but we want to mention that positively in August of this year, we had Law 753, which was presented to Parliament, and the key aim of this law is to seek a justice mechanism in those contexts to ensure that human rights violations are brought to book and effective reparation is ensured for victims. Today, they do not have a specific reparation mechanism available to them, answering your question directly. And of course, this will include a focus recognizing proper business accountability and that businesses operate in line with international human rights norms. An important element of this standard is administrative oversight and penalties, as well as strengthening administrative measures. We'd like to highlight that we're proposing the suspension withdrawal or termination of business operation licenses if there are grounds to believe there have been serious human rights violations, as well as administrative sanctions and fines, as well as contract suspensions for 10 years or temporary suspension of activities. This standard also brings in a key aspect around procedural guarantees for communities that are victims to ensure they can effectively access justice. And I would just highlight that it includes a series of legal assumptions that go by default in favor of victims, and the possibility of issuing decisions that lead to the comprehensive restoration and reparation of communities as victims. And also this includes the lifting of the corporate veil, as it were, so that there is proper transparency and businesses cannot hide behind smoke and mirrors. As regards the question under section 2 by Mr. Fiori, whether or not there is an oversight body responsible for monitoring, follow-up and implementation of an international human rights treaties. Allow me to thank you for your question. It is very important that we have this, and we are progressing towards the establishment of such a body. Currently, we're consulting and working with civil society. We've been doing that for some time in order to build a national human rights action plan. This includes the establishment of a follow-up body to deal with international recommendations. We still haven't seen the end of that process, but it is very much in the pipeline, and it's one of the tasks that Dr. Luis Castro, as the person responsible for human rights at the very highest level in the government, has very much established as a high priority. In addition, the Colombian government, during its UPR, which took place just a few months ago in the HRC, voluntarily and spontaneously stated its commitment to establish such a body because it had identified it as a necessity, and it was so identified in the HRC. And so, as we've said, this demonstrates a very strong political will to respond. We know already that due to administrative complexity, it unfortunately doesn't exist yet and should ideally exist. But obviously your question adds the motivation to remove any obstacles that we're still facing to bring this about. And we want to do everything in our power to make sure it happens. Then there was a question concerning the fact that in 2024, only 8% of the social budget was actually dispersed. And this relates to the issues around tax concerns that we answered earlier. We'll come back to that. And there was another mention made.
¿Ministro del Ambiente quiere agregar algo?
Would the Ministry for the Environment like to add something? We've still got 20 seconds. Thank you, Ambassador. Yes, this is with regards to due diligence. I just wanted to say that to ensure compliance in environmental areas, we do have the body ANLA for providing oversight, and through its autonomous regional entities, these are independent from the executive branch, I would emphasize, in the constitutional order. They do have oversight of compliance with the environmental action plan and dismissal plans, as well as employment contractual law. And I would emphasize the implementation of the ICESCR agreement in Colombia, strengthen transparency as well as access to information in this area, as well as citizens' participation, allowing communities and civil society to itself have oversight. of compliance of state and company responsibility in both the area of human rights and environmental rights. Thank you very much to the delegation for their support and their answers. Back to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Your Excellency. That brings us to the close of the first cluster of questions and your responses. So thank you very much and your delegation for that. I would now like to give the floor to Mr. Mikhail Winfer to pose questions under cluster 2, which is Article 6, 7, 8, and 9. You have the floor, sir.
Welcome the distinguished delegation from Colombia. I'm responsible for Cluster 2, which are the Article 6, right to work, Article 7, rights at work, trade union rights, and Article 9, social security. I will start with one general recommendation and then, or observation, and then 10 short issues I want to ask. To begin with, the committee is recognizing and welcoming Colombia's effort to advance labor reforms and strengthen the national legal framework on employment rights. At the same time, the committee is still deeply concerned about the continuing structural impact of the armed conflict on the realization of governance rights, particularly in rural and resource-rich areas. We recognize that many processes need time and dedication. Armed groups continue to operate in this region, often in connection with illegal mining and other informal economic activities. These dynamics not only fuel violence and insecurity, but also seem to foster exploitative labor conditions, undermine occupational safety and health, and block access to formal employment, trade union activities, and social protection. The committee has received reports about these labor right violations in different sectors, from mining, illegal mining, forced subcontracting, retaliation against unauthorized workers, and so far. The report also shows the persistence of the multidimensional poverty and inequality in these conflicted areas, which disproportionately affects indigenous people, Afro-Colombian communities, women, and displaced persons. So my question is, and maybe it's a bit like a dialectic question, we know what you have already done, but how to control in these difficult sectors affected by armed conflicts and illegal economy, particularly in the extractive industries. How does the state party ensure the participation of conflict-affected communities in these areas, and what has been the measurable results of implementing the Constitutional Court decisions related to right to work? Second is the informal sector. The committee notes with concern that according to your reply to our list of issues, 56% of Colombian workforce is employed informally, with rates exceeding 80% in rural and marginalized areas. The committee regrets the lack of concrete information around this. What targeted measures you plan to reduce informality and formalize precarious employment, and particularly in sectors like agricultural, mining, and domestic work? And what measures do you have taken informally, especially among youth, older workers, indigenous and Afro-Colombian population? Next point would relate to equal access. The committee welcomes the adoption of the statutory law establishing an agricultural and rural judicial authority and its incorporation into the judicial branch. It is still concerned about the underrepresentation of women, particularly farmers' women, indigenous women, Afro-Colombian women, as well as members of the LGBTIQ community in the decision-making across these public and private sectors. So what are the outcomes of employment measures for indigenous and rural women? How are gender and diversity mainstreamed into employment programs? Next point would be forced labor. The committee welcomes training of labor inspectors on forced labor with support to international partners. At the same time, cases of forced labor remain high in sectors such as mining, agriculture, domestic work, and urban begging. So what measures has been taken, and do you intend to take, to strengthen the investigation and prosecution of labor trafficking, including measures to ensure law enforcement? And how is the state ensuring financial, technical, and human resources for institutions, both nationally and at the municipal level, to deal with forced labor? Concerning child labor, my next point is the committee welcomes the state's party continued commitment to combat child labor, including through the adoption of legislative and policy measures that reaches out to thousands of children and families. At the same time, the committee is concerned about the ILO committees of experts' information about the continuing recruitment and use of children by non-state armed groups, including for combat support roles and sexual exploitation. What measures are being taken to guarantee the full demobilization and protection of children formerly recruited by armed groups is my question, and to ensure that they are treated as victims? And how is safe accommodation for child victims of trafficking and forced labor, especially from rural and marginalized communities, guaranteed? And yeah, also the question is what you are taking to respond to the humanitarian protection crisis in La Guajira, particularly to prevent child labor and exploitation. My next question relates to persons with disability. The committee, again, is dialectic, welcomes the measures adopted by the state party to advance the labor market inclusion of persons with disability, including the implementation of Decree 533 from 2024. It commends the adoption of a labor inclusion strategy, national quotas for both public and private employees, and the National Development Plan. The committee remains at least concerned, according that only 2.5% of the persons with disability are formally employed and receive an income equivalent to the minimum wage. The committee is also concerned about the lack of structured institutionalized consultation with representative organizations of workers and persons with disability in the design and implementation of key measures. So what measurable progress has been made since the adoption of the Decree 533, particularly in rural areas and among marginalized subgroups such as women with disabilities? And please provide data on the employment outcomes of Afro-Colombian and indigenous peoples, including in placement rates, effective training, and regional disparities. I come to Article 7, the right to just and favorable conditions. And let me start by workplace discrimination. The committee welcomes the efforts of the Ministry of Labor to monitor and prevent workplace discrimination. Similar as CEDAW, the committee remains concerned by the persistence of both horizontal and vertical occupational segregation in the Colombian labor market. It regrets the absence of a specific register of workplace discrimination, which limits effective monitoring and accountability. So what steps you are planning to eliminate occupational segregation and promote the access of women, including indigenous and Afro-Colombian women, to diverse and better paid employment sectors? And what measures are in place to ensure that vocational and employment services are accessible and culturally appropriate to indigenous communities and other communities? One question concerning sexual and gender-based violation at the workplace. The committee welcomes the establishment of the Elite Labor Inspection Group for Gender Equality and the issuance of Circular 026 from 2023, which reinforced Colombia's legal framework to prevent and correct workplace and sexual harassment and aligns it with international standards. At the same time, the committee remains concerned about widespread and underreported sexual and gender-based violence, especially against women, LGBTIQ+, Afro-Colombian, indigenous, and migrant communities. So what do you intend in order to safeguard adequate institutional budgets and provide sufficient and well-trained staffing in order particularly to enforce the Circular 26 from 2023 in cases of sexual harassment? How many cases has been recorded, investigated, and resolved since the adoption? Under the issue of fair and equal remuneration, the committee welcomes the Equipairs Empresarial Program aiming to close gender-based gaps in the labor market and notes the development of labor and pension reforms projects with the gender perspective. But we remain concerned about the persistent structural barriers, particularly in the high level of informal employment, informal and care work, weak labor inspection system, and limited institutional capacity that hinder the realization of equal pay for work at equal value. So what measures do the state party taken to enforce wage and hour regulation in the informal sector, strengthen inspection mechanisms, and what is the current real value of the minimum wage after inflation? And what legal options exist for women to claim equal pay or challenges employment discrimination, and how many of such cases has been filed in recent work? I come to domestic workers. The committee welcomes the efforts to improve the situation of domestic workers through digital platforms and public programs of formalization, employment registration, and social protection. We are at the same time seriously concerned about the undervaluation, informality, and weak protection of domestic work, which affects around 800,000 people, most female workers, as we could read. So what does you do in order to secure payment and enforcement of work contracts, especially in the informal sector, for the most vulnerable? Under Article 8, the right to form trade union, and it's my second last question, and join trade union, the committee welcomes the support of the Colombian trade union movement through Decree 624 in 2016 and the resolution from 2023, and the support benefiting over 13,000 people in this context. The committee takes note of the commitments of the Just Transition Strategy to include genial social dialogue. At the same time, we are concerned about the information from your own report about widespread anti-union practices, including threats, violence, dismissal, and lack of accountability. So what measures you are taking to address these and to protect union leaders? And maybe my last point is the right to social security and services. Again, the committee welcomes the ambitious structural reforms of the pension system through law 2381 from July 25, which aims to secure a comprehensive and universal protection for old age, disability, and death. At the same time, the committee remains seriously concerned about persistent low social security protection, particularly among informal workers, women, Afro-Colombian, indigenous people, rural population, LGBTIQ+, and former prisoners. So what measures you want to ensure to fully guarantee that older persons have access to full pension payments, and what transparency and accountability is ensured to implement the pension reform, including oversight of private funds? And maybe the last is, what do you think are the most, let's say, exclusive points in your social security policy, which you would like to address in the coming years? I know it's, again, a lot of questions. A lot is, again, because we are so interested in this, and I think we have recognized what you have all done. And it's basically about this dialectic of intention or rule changes, but also the difficulties in getting it materialized. Yeah. Thanks a lot for your answers.
Thank you, Mr. Winfer, Your Excellency. You have 30 minutes to address these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Winfer. I have written about 12 questions. The second question was the reduction of informality. Okay.
And precarious employment. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Creo que Ministerio de Trabajo.
I think the Ministry of Labour could perhaps address these questions. Please do go ahead.
Yomar Benítez.
¿Escucha? Bien.
Can you hear me? Well, quite a lot of questions, but we also have quite a lot of answers for them. Now, I think it is complicated to understand how difficult it's been to put in place a labour reform, which, as has been pointed out, has seen great political and social activism. And this means that we see that it's a triumphant policy compared to all the backsliding and problems that we've had in the past. But there has been tension in some areas with companies, with business, and also sometimes with armed groups. There are sectors of the economy that have built on precariousness of the economic system. We have stepped up our investigation and control and oversight in fossil fuel companies and mining companies. We've been trying to put a stop to subcontracting, trying to address labor risks. So all of this has been very difficult for the ministry. And this is such an important task that together with Gustavo Petro, the president, the decision has been taken to increase the number of labor inspectors by 1,000. the challenge of labour reform means that we have to carry out inspections in rural areas. We have to have follow-up, monitoring, oversight with all of these sectors of the economy. And we need to address issues that are basic, such as the length of the working day. And all of this requires state support. Now, obviously, these issues have been discussed extensively in the country, such as work in the informal economy. The figures are obviously large here. We have to have training with an employment contract for domestic workers. The domestic work has been feminized in the country. We now want contracts for women with guarantees, but the informal situation to date has been considerable, and we've been working with trainees and apprentices in Colombia. There has been great tension in the country, and we now have workers that have fixed term or stable contracts and have had training or apprenticeships on the informal sector. We must also put this in the context of what's happening in Colombia. We have to look at the popular economy or the informal economy and its integration into the country's economy. There must be activities reaching out to the informal sector, seeking them to formalize. This must include access to credit. There must be measures related to labor risks. And we also, given this context, we have to include this sector of the population. And we will shortly, on the 10th of October, be signing an agreement on decent, dignified work. So there is an important movement in the country that means that at the national level, we are now recognizing that there must be formalization of this informal sector. For example, in the economy of caring, the employment contract for women working as community mothers is worthy of mention. These are women who care for children. They work in school kitchens. In fact, they do a whole series of different jobs in the community. And today they are being included in formalization activities, including by receiving contracts from the public sector. Still on women, labor reform includes various measures. One of them deals specifically with recognizing the specific situation of women in the employment market and the question of investigation of cases of women with endometriosis, which is a very real situation for women. Ensuring that there is some flexibility in terms of working hours so women can return home, complete their caring duties. And the investigation system also addresses wage parity. It's important to tackle this issue, and it is included in the labor reform. I have already spoken about forced labor and domestic work in mining. We are working at the moment in a collective process. For the very first time, associations, women associations for domestic workers are assessing this issue. I've already said it's mainly women involved in domestic work. We have been contacted employers and others who contract these women, and there are men too, because domestic work covers different areas. And we're working on a protocol for collective bargaining. We've already done this in the public sector through Decrees 43. We were able to settle trade union agreements in the public sector, and that meant that 1.3 million persons were involved in a state trade union process for collective bargaining. And we saw the involvement of public authorities, both locally and centrally. And we are working in a committee on a tripartite basis to look at labor and salary practices. So we're involved with trade associations, with trade unions, to work out a collective bargaining agreement for the private sector. And that is very important to protect trade union rights, to make sure there is no persecution because of trade union membership. And it is a standing permanent round table put in place thanks to constitutional and regulatory provisions. Moving on to the issue of child labour. The Ministry of Labour, together with the Inspector General system, has a special monitoring system for action plans to eradicate child labour. We are working in local authorities in Colombia, and together with the Inspector General's office, we are trying to evaluate the activities that are being planned, ensuring that local authorities, however small they are, can protect children, both in terms of child labor and in terms of sexual exploitation of children. Mr. Winfer mentioned this, the mining sectors. Port and harbour sectors also include this risk. But this system means that we can have follow-up and recommendations from the Inspector General's office to make sure there is compliance with the rules. On the issue of gender violence, we spoke about Circular 026 and the elite gender inspection unit that also looks after LGBTQI+ issues. Has meant that we now realize that you have to have a differentiated approach. The labor reform has specific regulations relating to the protection of women in relation to gender violence, to harassment, to violence, to the situation of women related to their specific situation, for example, caring. And as we said earlier, we are planning to recruit 1,000 more labor inspectors, which will occur by the end of this year and the first quarter of next year. So it is a colossal challenge, this labor reform, but it is turning into success for men and women workers. It is something that hasn't just been imposed on Colombia. It has been discussed with trade unions, with society, on the basis of the main problems that we've had in the country in terms of access to participation, the discussions. We have had a discussion at all levels of the country, and now the challenge is implementation. And that's what we are working on. We are putting in place the regulatory and enabling instruments for this reform. And as on the basis of ILO guidance, we have been beefing up inspections. We want to have tripartite agreements with workers, with the business sector to make sure there is implementation. And then we want to carry out inspections and controls so that we can have punitive action if the companies don't comply with what they have to. So the work is articulated. And it is being conducted with due diligence, with the possibility of providing support in terms of training, of discussion. We want to strengthen inspection, balance and control. We want to keep the tripartite approach. We want to have due diligence in order to make sure that we're in line with ILO standards on public policy and have corporate responsibility. So I think I can leave it there, and perhaps I can add more information if there are further questions on the basis of what I've said. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Julia Portas wants to refer to some of the matters raised.
Es muy importante.
When we speak of recruitment, it is very important to tell you that we have an intersectoral commission called CIPRUNA, which works with 22 government bodies. We are working in this way to prevent forced recruitment. I can tell you that as things stand at the moment, this is the most complex issue in the country. And that is because the different groups are, in fact, taking children from schools or co-opting them from schools. I just want to give you some figures from the Ombudsman's office. They are telling us that 64 girls and boys have been recruited, 36 girls, 28 boys, and of these 39 were from indigenous groups and 34 were Afro-descendants. This demonstrates the complexity of the situation. The Colombian Institute for Family Welfare since 2019 has been putting in place a policy to provide support to boys and girls who have either been handed back or have managed to leave the groups, and the policy tries to offer them protection and support. So this is a very complex situation given what is happening in the country. I can tell you that the questions you asked relating to the labour sector also affect or are relevant to a very important part of the peace agreements, because the Ministry of Labour has been putting in place a policy to standardise knowledge or to find common knowledge for signatories of the peace agreements to make sure that they have labour conditions which are specific or different, so that they can also be part of productivity in the country. And there are 14,000 that were accredited as part of the peace process, and 2,000 of them had wounds or were wounded as a result of the war. And today, the Ministry of Labour has got a peace agreement implementation unit, and together with other bodies, it has been working with a different organization and has ensured that the signatories, that have disabilities have been able to receive eye surgery or prosthesis for their limbs, ensuring that they've been able to be more stably reintegrated and have been able to get an income. I think we are all working with victims of the conflict and with signatories of the peace agreement. It's important to remember that when we talk about all these labor reforms. We have a duty to work with these sectors of the population and with the whole network of signatories of the peace agreement. And to those who self-identify as LGBTIQ+. That is part of our public policy for reintegration today. Thank you, Claudia. Ministry of Equality, Santiago has the floor now. I want to briefly refer to the question on the representation of rural women in agrarian reform bodies. First of all, let me say that this government recognizes peasants as rights holders, and as a result of this recognition, they have a guarantee for strengthened participation in any body which discusses agrarian reform. In addition to this, and we see this with Law 2466 of 2025 and its Article 32, it lays down conditions to access social security with special conditions for rural women. Women that are not part of the pension system have a care component recognized, not just care in the home, but also in the community. And this is now considered as a criteria to access to non-contributory pensions. This relates to pension, health, and employment risks. And through 2462 of 2025, we've established equality for all rural and peasant women when it relates to the deliberation of any plan or project where there is a discussion in relation to agrarian reform, or where any decision is taken which relates to women's life in rural communities. Now, the second issue I wanted to refer to relates to discrimination at the workplace. It's important to point out that during the life of this government, we've issued a number of rules and norms that are interconnected, putting in place a prevention and protection system for relating to sexual harassment at the workplace. The first is 00123 of March of this year. This relates to a law in 2024. These provisions prohibit any form of harassment in the workplace. It lays down the sanctions, and it looks at all conditions relating to women at the workplace. And it has special sanctions for entrepreneurs and employers. There are sanctions provided if the measures aren't complied with. And Law 2528 of 2025 ratifies ILO Convention 190, which also lays down the prohibition of discrimination at the workplace, on the understanding that decent work underpins development and is directly connected to dignity and to protection from any form of discrimination. Thank you. Thank you, Santiago. Ms. Montero, Ministry of Agriculture.
Gracias, Su Excelencia. Yo quisiera...
Thank you, Your Excellency. I just wanted to begin by thanking the committee for emphasizing the success for the rural community represented by the constitutional reform, allowing us to do what we are doing in the rural and agrarian reform. This is part of a real effort where it's not just the executive, but also the judiciary and the legislature which are involved. Just 2 weeks ago, in the middle of August, the Constitutional Court, our highest constitutional oversight body, has said that the statutory law regulating the agrarian reform is constitutional. And it emphasized something very important, which the Ministry of Equality has just touched on. We have really taken on board the Declaration on the Rights of Peasant Workers and others in rural areas. And through Legislative Act 01 of 2023, recognizing peasants as an area, persons requiring protection, we really have to address all of our measures to this sector of the population. There is an economic, social, cultural, political, environmental specificities to this part of the population, and we have a very real challenge when to ensure that our public policy in this area recognizes that specificity, but also ensures participation of women, not just in terms of access to justice, but also in the composition of special agrarian courts and judicial bodies. The jurisdiction is not just a commitment stemming from the peace agreement. It's in fact a response to the historic demands from the rural sector in Colombia. We have always felt the need to have specialized judges, not just looking at land tenure rights, but also the comprehensive reality of rural and agrarian situation. So we know that we have a real challenge. We want to make sure that rural people are really represented, and the efforts that we're making is to set up fora that are really innovative, such as the Joint Peasant Affairs Committee, which tries to solve a problem stemming from the most recent constitution dating back to 1991, the most recent one. There is a special place now reserved for rural persons, but the peasant rights in Colombia were rather more isolated than that. So we want to commend these efforts. We'll continue to be making these efforts because we believe agrarian rural reform is important, and it's an essential part of the structure of access to justice for people in Colombia. Thank you. Thank you. Castillo Blanco from the Ministry of Art and Culture and Knowledge.
Muy buenos días para todas y todos.
Thank you very much, and a very good day, everyone, particularly Mr. Wenfer. I am venturing to take the floor simply to say that we, as part of these proceedings, truly want to stress the importance of artists, sculptors, artists working in any different way. I think it is essential for you to help us to follow up on all of these issues every time that we evaluate the situation of economic, social, and cultural rights. They are part of preserving the memory of the country. We have been able to put in place a benefits program for the Society of Artists. More than 16,000 benefits have been able to be granted to persons in the country, more than 1,200 benefits for additional support for artists. We know that, in fact, they make no contributions themselves as a sector to social security, and we want to work together so that we can strengthen the sector and monitor its situation. I think it's, we've also been included as part of the labour reforms for the very first time, and as part of this exercise, we've been able to address the specific contracts for artists and cultural workers. We now look at areas such as redistribution and remuneration for services, as well as different other issues. Obviously, in a context of armed conflict, the only people who are able to cut across some of these issues are artists and persons working in the cultural sector. So we hope to be able to continue progress in this area and address all aspects of human rights within it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camilo. I just recall now that we need to answer questions on child recruitment. So since 2019 up until 2025, the Department for Family Wellbeing had 8,900 children in specialized support programs. These were former recruited children. Thank you very much, Gloria. I don't know if anybody else in the delegation would like to jump in. Okay, so we will leave that there, Chairperson. Thank you very much once again to you and to the committee members for this very important review, which, as I said at the outset, I think is helping us to identify weaknesses and is also helping us to hear your proposals and recommendations and invitations. And we obviously take all of that into account so that we can progress in this important sphere of human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The floor is now open for follow-up questions to Cluster 2. And I see that Task Force Cluster Head is already requested for the floor, followed by country rapporteurs. So, and of course, Mr. Lazari. Anyone else at this stage? So, Mr. Winfer, you have the floor.
And thanks to the delegation for your detailed answers, very helpful. And as I said, we understand probably the difficulties in doing so many things at the same time. Still, I have some questions. First, my question on social security, I would like to reiterate, because you made this substantive change, but you have also a big lacuna where it's difficult to reach out, yeah, in this informal sector and in some parts of your country. So that would be still interesting. Also the question, where are the biggest gaps from your side in the coverage of social security still? My question now is, when we hear about this labor reform, we know also there's the other side, the employer's side. And the question is, how cooperative is it? Yeah, we have these difficult actors like mining companies, which are not very famous always for following the standards. But I also want to find out how you can collaborate with all the particularly jobs in the agricultural sector, yeah, in coffee plantations, cut flowers. You have a lot of work in this area, so that would be interesting. And how much your framework for business and human rights, which was already mentioned, is helpful in this context, or what is needed to better implement this framework for business and human rights, and what maybe international pressure or support for companies coming from outside would be needed in order to help you. I also want to raise the issue of human trafficking. I haven't put it in my first list of questions because it has been recently discussed also in the Committee on Enforced Disappearance. But I still want to recall from there that Colombia remains a country of origin, transit, and destination for human trafficking, including the purpose of sexual and labor exploitation. Particularly affected are again women and girls, but also Venezuelan migrants, indigenous and Afro-Colombian communities, and many of those who live in high risks areas to multiple and intersecting vulnerabilities. So what has been the impact of your national strategy to combat trafficking in persons, which ended 2024, and what are plans for the evaluation and renewal of this? And how does the state ensure adequate identification and protection for victims of labor and sexual exploitation, especially among children and Venezuelan migrants? These are my questions, yeah, for follow-up. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Winfer. Mr. Fiorio, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias por la palabra.
Thank you very much for the floor. Back to me again. I have a couple of clusters of or groups of questions which are present as well in the questionnaire that I passed to you. Particularly, I'd like to refer to question 6. This relates to crop substitution following illegal crops according to the peace agreement. According to what the state says, they talk about substantive support in terms of supply and subsidies to families, immediate food assistance, and also non-direct and technical assistance, mid-term and long-term agricultural support and assistance to farmers. And so in this regard, my question is, which are the various components of the Comprehensive National Crop Substitution Programme which are currently in the pipeline or pending implementation? Furthermore, has the delegation got information concerning the steps taken by this programme to contribute to the conversion of land use away from illegal usage? And to what extent has support contributed to the development of those participating in the programme? Could the delegation tell me up until when was support prohibited and when this changed and the impact that this had on the participation of people in the programme? And finally, on this point, is there a follow-up mechanism aimed to guarantee that investment in this programme effectively attains its goals? And I have another group of questions specifically on sex workers. This is item 19 in my questionnaire. Exactly how are you dealing with social and institutional discrimination against those in the sex industry, including awareness raising of civil servants and access to basic services without any stigmatization? Furthermore, is the state considering the adoption of a normative framework which would regulate sex work with a view to reducing vulnerability in the face of pimping, prostitution, economic abuse, violence, and precarious labour conditions? And finally, which measures are being taken to ensure that sex workers can access social security, labour protection, and effective reporting channels? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Furio. Mr. Lazari Bouzid, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is that according to some reports between our hands, nearly 700 trade unions were set up between 2022 and 2024, but they face an adverse regulatory framework and restrictive legal rulings limiting their collective action. My question is, what is first your reaction to this observation, and what are the measures the government intend to take in order to solve this problem and rectify the situation to the better, and thus allowing trade unions to do their job legally and safely? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your Excellency, we are coming close to the 6 o'clock. What I would suggest is if you could kindly take 10 minutes now to respond to the questions that have been raised, and then we can take a break and then allow our cluster leader for cluster 3 to pose her questions to you, so that when we meet on Friday morning, then you are able to respond collectively to her questions as well as the residual questions from today. It will help you in your delegation if you have heard the questions on cluster 3 today itself. So for the next 10 minutes, if you could respond, and then the balance we can be covered on Friday. So you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Sobre las preguntas.
So on Mr. Winford's additional questions, Ministry of Labour maybe, and Social Security, as well as business and human rights, trafficking in human beings and sexual abuse can all be dealt with at once, hopefully. Okay. Well, I think there's a very significant challenge here, and that is to achieve pension reform. I think this is a significant challenge for the state, and this has been something that's put on the table the need for a proper labour justice system, which is closely connected to justice in pensions, particularly with the vulnerable sectors in the country, the poorest population, the rural population, the informal labour sector, and the whole population basically that's outside of the social security pension system. And that obviously is something which relates to the contributory sector of the reform. And so at the moment we have 3 million people, adults, who are simply not in the social security system, and we want to ensure they can access that pillar through that new pillar that is being incorporated in the pension reform that we're on the point of adopting in Colombia, which has had contributions, gone through the whole legislative process. It's done that now, but we are still at the point of making some procedural tweaks which have been requested by the Colombian Constitutional Court. And so this is going to be a significant jump forwards in terms of social justice, security, and other important areas which we've touched on, basically bringing in sectors of the population that haven't historically been included, and that now we hope are going to be fully included through the MEBs and other mechanisms. The issue of implementing social protection policies in the business sector, including the industry and mining sectors, which have been subject to particular, perhaps, labour rights violations. There's a very important reform, or part of the reform, which relates to Article 40 in this area, in areas where there's impacts from those companies, where you have a vulnerable population, for example, an indigenous population, a high population of African descent, Raizales, Palenqueras. They require tailored consolidation of the labour contract, which has an instrument to ensure that it complies with labour justice, salary, pay justice, ensures that the working day, the number of working hours are properly regulated, and that indigenous rights and self-determination is properly taken into account in the whole of that process that's specific to those communities. We're currently involved heavily in a process of dialogue with different portions of the indigenous population across the country, and particularly with the advisor with the ILO, to ensure this policy is properly implemented following prior consultation. And we hope that will be the cornerstone to ensure that no foreign company working in Colombia can get into the country without taking into account those proper mechanisms that are there to protect those populations with differentiated needs. The issue of migration has an article in the labour reform as well that relates closely to it, and Dr. Winfer mentioned this. This relates to the migrant working population, and this normalizes the labour relations within the migrant population with contracts that treat them on a level footing with the local population, the Colombian population. So we don't have people working in Colombia who are pushed into the precarious or the vulnerable sector, exploited by businesses as a result because of their status. So it includes having more agile processes to regularize their migratory status, but also includes proper contracts for the migrant population. And one thing that was mentioned, which was guidance handed down by the Constitutional Court, was indeed this point of understanding sex work to be work labour that should be properly recognised as such. It should be formalised. There should be oversight, inspection, steps and processes. There should be access for those workers to dialogue around specific risks relating to sex work, and including a sector which is often not discussed in this area, and that is work on digital platforms, on webcams, sex work being done on webcams. This is, of course, another area where the labour sector is very female dominated, and it particularly therefore relates to vulnerabilities relating to women's rights, but basically to ensure that we have proper inspection and control in those digital spaces, which unfortunately have spiraled in recent years in Colombia. And so that form of labour activity is regulated from a civil law perspective, but from a labour code point of view has not properly been taken into account. So we want to make sure that those people working on those CAM sites have the proper provisions in place to ensure risk management, labour, contract rights are all properly dealt with for them. And obviously this relates as well to taxation around additional activities and so on and so forth, second work and so on and so forth, to make sure that all of that is properly protected for them. Thank you very much. We'll try and fit in 3 more interventions. We have 3 minutes to do so. So please do try and keep it very tight on your issues in 1 minute. Gloria Cuartas, please. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. One of the key issues in the peace agreement related indeed to the substitution of illegal crops that would in time allow a process of harmonization between those cultivating cocoa leaves and could use them in legitimate agricultural productive projects. It's important to highlight that in the National Development Plan, the emphasis is placed on sowing life by uprooting drugs trafficking. And so this process has incorporated 100,000 families who have been working to close this cycle that was begun by the signatories when they signed the peace agreement. And this has triggered a new process, which is called rebirth, or let us be reborn. And this is rooted in a process which empowers new agricultural families. We're talking about 253,000 hectares, according to 2023 data, of cocoa leaf crops. This demonstrates the degree of complexity that we have in confronting this challenge. I would also highlight that we've been working within that programme on crop substitution and the rebirth programme I mentioned, particularly in 7 departments, 23 municipalities. And we have a goal this year of 22,463 hectares for conversion. The international corporation, through partners in the United States, has rolled out large-scale projects to support, or to the value of 5,500, a large number of dollars. The interpreter missed the figure, and this includes cocoa leaf, cocoa, Putumayo, Choco, Nariño departments particularly. Now, I'd like to express our concern on this point. In terms of the situation now with Venezuela, a military action that they call preventive in the face of cocoa leaf production, this is a very dangerous development for Latin America and indeed Colombia, which is, in terms of our proximity, in the firing line for that. The process that we're seeing where crop substitution is being replaced by a prevention-focused program is concerning. And obviously, we want to continue with the project that we've been engaged in, recognizing the fragility that we have today in the country. That said, we know that we can't just overcome this on our own internally, not only in terms of production, but also the consumer countries need to all cooperate together. And so international cooperation and conferences are vital so that we can properly challenge the production of coca and deal with the regulations we have around coca leaf production to get the outcomes we want internationally. Okay, so the chair's given us just a small moment. So Ministry of Agriculture, please. Thank you, Your Excellency. I'd like to highlight, as the committee has said, that we do understand in terms of the new perspective we have within our drugs policy, that the issue of drugs and illegal crops is fundamentally an issue around a deficit in rural development and underdevelopment in general. And what we want to do is strengthen agriculture and rural development as drivers of economic growth to deal with that. And we have a few results we want to highlight in that regard. In 2024, we had 8.1% growth in the agricultural sector. This was the economic activity that most grew and most contributed to the national economy that year. And we continue to see growth in the forestry and seed areas. The number of sown crop hectares has increased hugely vis-a-vis year-on-year, vis-a-vis 2022. We've also inaugurated, under the aegis of the President's Office, a very ambitious policy in the area of agriculture and fishery funding. We've increased credit in this area to the tune of 95 billion pesos, and this is a historic investment to really bolster the agricultural and fishing sector and ensure that this really takes its place as a driver for conversion away from illegal activities in the rural area. It will also inject money into the economy and allow us to achieve expansion, or rather check expansion of illegal crops in our country, which of course was something highlighted by the peace agreement, in that we have an extreme challenge in that area. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I wanted to have an additional contribution from the Ministry of Equality, but the Chair's asking me to leave that for Friday so that we can move on to the next cluster. Thank you.
Thank you for your understanding, Your Excellency and the distinguished delegation. Of course, you'll have the opportunity to respond on Friday morning. I just thought in the interest of time management, we request our cluster leader, Julieta Rossi, to please pose her questions in the next 9 minutes, if possible, and some indulgence and request to the interpreters to kindly bear with us for a couple of minutes more. Please try to wrap it up by 6. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias, señora.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. And once again, I'm grateful to the delegation for the information they've provided to us in this constructive dialogue. It falls to me to raise questions under Cluster 3, that is Articles 10, 11, and 12 of the Covenant, going into more depth in areas of serious concern for this committee. I'll begin with some questions and reserve some for the second round tomorrow. So, with regards to poverty and inequality in the state party, according to information the committee's received, cash poverty and multidimensional poverty grew between 2023 and 2024, or decreased rather between 2023 and 2024. This is a step forwards, but figures continue to be high and there continue to be profound gaps between urban and rural areas. Extreme cash poverty stood at 19.8% in rural areas. That's more than double in urban areas. The multidimensional poverty index in rural areas stood at 24.3%. That's 3 times higher than its urban equivalent. Departments such as El Choco, La Guajira, Sucre, and Córdoba have high rates of poverty, alongside indeed homes that are female-headed households, indigenous-headed households, and those headed by people of African descent, as well as those with disabilities. We would like, therefore, to have information concerning the strategies underway and plan to progress and step up with poverty reduction, in particular redistribution measures to close gaps, geographic structural gaps, gender gaps, ethnic gaps, with a particular focus on victims of armed conflict, those displaced, those demobilized, and people connected to illegal crops. Please tell us about goals and coordination mechanisms between national authorities, municipalities, and social participation, as well as accountability. transparent accountability and measurable indicators. Please tell us in terms of appropriate food provision, whether or not you have managed to implement the results of the national survey of 2020 to deal with current food insecurity. While the index in terms of food insecurity dropped across the country in 2024, it deepened in rural areas. And in the case of Indigenous-headed households, the prevalence of food insecurity, either moderate or severe, at a national level stands at 25.5%, but in rural areas it stands at 34.2%. And it increased 3 percentage points year on year. We'd like to therefore ask for information concerning the outcomes of the implementation of the various measures underway, in particular concerning disparities flagged and your promotion of food sovereignty, as well as strengthening indigenous rural agriculture in order to ensure provision of core crops to local communities. Please also specify how you ensure effective and progressive implementation of ruling T302 of 2017 from the Constitutional Court, which declared that the state of affairs in La Guajira was unconstitutional. This seeks to guarantee basic rights to children, particularly Wayuu indigenous people. In terms of measures aimed at disincentivizing the consumption of ultra-processed food, such as recent laws on healthy imports, we'd be grateful to have information on that. In terms of access to land rights, you've provided information concerning recent progress and the implementation of the peace agreement in particular. Perhaps right now, we'd be grateful if you could provide more information, because although we've seen progress, as you mentioned, the goal still remains far from reach. So could you tell us whether or not you have defined a clear timetable for the definitive programming of security and protection measures in the face of evictions, particularly violent eviction, and the assurances around a sustainable and adequate living standard for those who have been affected by this? In terms of adequate housing provision, according to this, the housing shortfall dropped between 2019 and 2024, as the delegation has said. Nonetheless, we've seen significant disparities continuing between rural and urban areas. In addition, one of the least attained goals under the peace agreement is related to the guarantee of this right. So we'd like to ask what measures have been adopted to progressively increase public investment in housing and comply and step up compliance with the framework implementation plan, particularly in rural areas and municipalities with the least resources, pursuant to inventions which might ensure habitable housing, drinking water, essential services, and accessibility for persons with disabilities. On water and sanitation, please provide information concerning the outcomes that you talk about in your presentation, in particular, the results of the National Drinking Water and Sanitation Programme for rural areas, particularly with regards to its impact on rural and areas with ethnic populations. Please talk to us about your community management models for water management and measures taken to prioritize human consumption and domestic consumption of scarce resources. Tell us about measures, please, relating to management of extractive energy or agricultural activities which could affect the sustainable access to water and effective participation by rural, indigenous, Afro descent communities and rural communities to these processes. I'd also like to seek clarification concerning the crop replacement process. We understood that around 12,000 families were excluded from that crop substitution process, a number of them without explanation or due process. So could you provide information on that? Finally, with regards to physical and mental health, according to information available, there is a profound crisis in the health sector, although when you told us, obviously, about the high coverage rates, that's taken into account, but large sectors of the population can't access primary healthcare provision. So could you provide us with information concerning measures to guarantee accessibility, availability, affordability, and quality of care, as well as financial sustainability, with particular focus on Indigenous people, those of African descent, rural areas, those in rural areas, and persons with disability? In this vein, please provide details concerning the national plan for rural health. How can you prioritise the state response in regions of low coverage and strengthen oversight mechanisms and citizen oversight? Could you tell us information concerning progress in health reform on the basis of the law in this area in ensuring universal coverage presented on the 13th of September 2024? We'd also request that you provide information concerning measures to eliminate barriers in terms of access to health for migrants without regular status in the country and trans and non-binary individuals, and concerning the plans adopted to ensure their comprehensive health care in line with ruling T218 of 2022 of the Constitutional Court concerning sexual and reproductive rights. Please tell us about your efforts to eliminate barriers to abortion, particularly in rural areas, such as delays, lack of staff, lack of appropriate information, conscientious objection, and violations of confidentiality. Please provide details concerning implementation and planning programs for pregnancy and sexual and reproductive health, in particular directed at children. And I would like to finish, please, with whether or not you could provide us with the measures you're taking to ensure that forced elimination of crops through pesticides is something that is properly managed given the health impacts thereof. And exactly how have you managed that process of late? I'll leave it there, and I will leave other questions for the second round. And the interpreter would like to point out that that was far too fast for an accurate interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and apologies to our interpreters. We were running out of time, and therefore I think we had to just hurry it up. But we will ensure that when we meet on Friday, we will be a little bit more measured and slow in our speed. But thank you so much for bearing with us, and thank you, distinguished delegation and dear colleagues. Look forward to reconvening our discussions, our constructive dialogue with the state party on Friday, 12th September, 10 o'clock, where we'll get to hear your responses to Cluster 3, as well as the residual questions that were left unanswered on Cluster 2. There'll be sufficient time for that. So with that, we close today's meeting, and thank you so much, and have a very good evening. Thank you. Meeting is closed.
you.